Alrighty, good evening and welcome to the Guy with a Smile. I hope everybody is having a good time. And I can't click to change the scene with that mouse. It won't work. That's better. How's everybody doing? I gotta get used to this. What's weird is that's never been on the same mouse. But the monitor that's beside me used to be my second monitor on my gaming system, but now it's my monitor from the streaming system, so I'm used to that monitor working with this mouse, and it doesn't anymore. I'm gonna have to rearrange some stuff as that's part of what the stream is for, is to figure out how this works. What's really weird is I actually just realized this because I hadn't been thinking about it, but my streaming system actually has a better graphics card than the gaming system I'm using. So there's that. Game audio is really loud. Okay, thank you. I worked with that. Is that better? That is still. Of course, now the sound goes. Now the song goes quiet. Is that better on the mic? Okay. Turn the gain up on the mic a little bit, so... Okay. We're actually going into a game that I've never played before. I have played a little bit of the beginning just to kind of see how it started, but that's all I've done in this. So we'll be starting a new game. And we're going from there. No, I am not going to play Expert Mode or Trial of Iron. Not happening. We'll do normal difficulty. I don't see any real reason to make it any more difficult on myself. We will be back tomorrow night, and I'm not sure if we'll be continuing this or if we'll start something else. I haven't decided yet. But there is that. So, how is everybody doing today? So, how are you?
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spy master and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus.
Hey,
With
Magnus.
each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
Hey, Magnus, how you doing? Hope you've been staying well. In the Northern Empire where you were born, men enjoy equal protections under the law of the Overlord Kairos. In the southern lands of Tears, only men may own or captain ships, but real estate is restricted to women. Men may lease, but durable ownership of the land in the Tears always passes to the eldest daughter or sister. Most sons enter their father's profession by their mid-teens. Those without profession or family lands to work can find purpose pledging service to the Overlord's mighty Archons. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted into the armies of the Archons. If a child cannot forge his own skein, he will certainly find one in battle. Oh, congratulations, Granddad. Sneaky.
Moving cautiously. We must rest soon.
It's our history. Uh, Accused of a crime you most certainly did commit, you stood before Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and argued your case with elegance and conviction. Impressed by your logic, reason, and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. Thinking soldier or hunter? What do you think, guys? Soldier or hunter? I don't feel like a pit fighter. Pit fighter, huh? Soldier? Unable to settle the year's accounts with grain, your parents offered you as tithe to the Overlord instead. Seeing your first battles as a child, known all your life how to fight, how to stay calm at the sight of blood and disembowelment, and how to rely on your fellow warriors. Deemed smarter than the average killer, you were groomed for command and given an education in letters and numbers. Rumors of war, it seemed recruitment into the disfavored legion would be the obvious match for your skills, but the Archon of Justice is known to say that good iron is not used for swords and good minds are not used for soldiers. Claimed by Tunon, you were instead drafted into the Court of Fatebinders, where your martial skills were put to use in the enforcement of Kyros's laws. Personally, always a fan of the sword and shield option. Not even a bad looking uniform. Choose an ability. Shield Slam or Sunder. 11 to 14 / pierce. A powerful overhead attack that reduces the target's armor. Slam your shield against a target, dazing them for a moderate duration. With Sunder. Next. Secondary expertise. Yeah, I don't usually like two-handers in most games. Secondary spear and shield. I don't know. What do you think? Spear and shield, or dual wielding? I mean, I already have a sword and shield, so. Stabby weapons aren't bad. Okay, auto votes for a spear. Spear? Okay, spear and shield. And we've learned Shield Slam. Get Sunder and Shield Slam. Next. Character colors. something between those two. Black and blue, just like my enemies. Going with those two because those are the two big armies. Just because. What's her name? Smiles. Doesn't that just sound like an adjudicator of justice? Okay, 20 points available. I highly recommend one-hand weapons, athletics, and parry, which makes sense. Just because you never know what you're gonna get, I am to build in those. Not going to be much into subterfuge. Selecting the Conquest option will allow you to play through Kyros's Conquest of the Tears, choosing how your character was involved in the invasion. This gives you the most control over the starting state of the game and how other factions react to your character. That's what we're going to do. So we will have some options coming up.
All the world has fallen to Kairos. And now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior.
Kairos has been taking his time.
In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tears sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
That's politicians for you. During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kyros's invasion of the Tears, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tears respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. You're asking the wrong person. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kyros's empire and the Tears. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroad between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To Tears, it was a center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kyros's military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kyros's armies. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tears. Kyros's will is insurmountable. Select a token on the map to begin. Infiltrate the Tears. Both armies set their forces to prepare the way, or Gates of Judgment. First major engagement of the war, Kyros's army crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Armies of Kyros took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the Tears. The two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. We went to battle alongside the army whose approach best suited your strengths. I would say that was Disfavored. Standing shield to shield with Kyros's ironclad elite, you advanced on the mercenary army purchased by the nobles of the Bastard City. The Legion wanted to send a message to the Tears that superior breeding and disciplined training would win the day. Bastard City learned too late that a military is earned and never bought. The mercenary army quickly found themselves outclassed by the superior tactics and formation of the Disfavored. Those few who lived to the end of the battle were rounded up, the weak executed, and the strong enslaved to haul the army's wagons on the journey south. A way to feed Kyros's armies in enemy territory, or you decide the fate of enemy soldiers captured in battle. Soldiers of the Tears fell by the hundreds, and Kyros's army could not agree on how to handle what few survivors they dragged back to camp. Befitting your role, the commanders turned to you to decide the fates of those who occupied the prison pens. There were only enough prisoners to support the plan of a single army. Enslave the enemy, or conscript the enemy. We'll conscript them. You gave the prisoners the chance to serve in Kyros's army or die. The Scarlet Chorus was in need of extra troops to fill up the vanguard, and your former enemies would occupy those slots nicely. Armed cooperative ex-soldiers would scrap weapons and toss them into the vanguard of the next Scarlet Chorus assault. Those who survived were welcome to take up the arms and armor of the fallen and eke out a desperate struggle to survive in Kyros's military. After their first victory, you rewarded the new recruits with the opportunity to execute their wounded or reluctant countrymen. The armies of Kyros amassed around the Bastard City, the first bastion of the Tears to fall. Both armies longed to storm the walled outpost, the Scarlet Chorus howling for plunder, and the Disfavored forming an unbreakable shield wall. Your prowess on the field of battle had carried them thus far, but there was one more step before total victory. Both of the armies had inspired schemes to take the bastard city. Which do you support? Assault the main gates, burn the city, or sabotage the defenses. I'm more a straight up assault on the main gates. I mean, this character is a soldier. He's just gonna go up there and punch him in the face. Join the disfavored vanguard in a direct assault upon the city gates. No fortification would stand before the unstoppable legion. Abilities: Warrior's Respite. Once per encounter, minus 50% damage for 12 seconds, plus 15% health every 3 seconds for 12 seconds. Can be used with any weapon. With the heroic courage and legendary determination, the disfavored battered the gates of the bastard city to splinters. Those who fell under the consistent hail of arrows or cascades of boiling pitch left the battlefield temporarily, only to appear hours later as Archon Graven Ashes protection healed their numerous wounds. In time, the gates gave way, and Kyros' forces spilled inside the city walls with resounding cheers of victory. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kyros' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tunon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kyros' conquest, either as a judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, or as a war advisor to the armies approaching the realm of Apex. I don't really see myself. Well, I mean, I'm technically a judge and overseer. That's kind of my job. I may choose only one of these locations. War advisor, going to Apex. Again, I'm a soldier, so I'm gonna go with the war advisor role. The mountain nation of Apex, ruled for generation by the queens of House of Venderin, stood at the heart of the tiers. No army could bypass the landlocked realm without leaving their flank exposed to attack. By the second year of the war, the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus had pushed deep into the tiers. Elements of both armies were dispatched to conquer Apex. Tunon assigned you to accompany them, tasked with bringing Kyros' law to the territory, as well as keeping an eye on both armies. The Battle of Edgering Pass, or Denial of Strength. New School of Mages presented problems and opportunities. Denial of Strength. The School of Water Mages loyal to the Tiersmen posed a substantial threat. The disfavored wished to annihilate the school, while the Scarlet Chorus insisted on capturing the mages wishing to learn their craft. Tend to be of the learn their craft mindset myself. What do you guys think? Well, in that case, we're going to go with capture. You sided with the Scarlet Chorus, ordering the Mage Elders taken alive for interrogation. Though countless lives were lost taking the mages into custody, the Scarlet Chorus praised your name as they dragged the beaten elders of the school to the voices of Nereid's tent. As a wave of screams and incoherent pleas reached their crescendo, the Scarlet Chorus soldiers outside cheered their Archon. The disfavored adjourned to their camp in grim silence, claiming the chorus lacked the will and desire to fully wipe out all traces of the enemy school. Decide the fate of an enemy captain, or deal with the poisoning of a well. We're going to decide the fate of the captain. I seem to recall that one. Forces captured a celebrated enemy hero. The armies bickered over his fate. The disfavored wanted to set him free to convince his peers of Kyros' mercy, and the Scarlet Chorus wanted him flayed and staked as his example. Actually kind of backwards from the way I expected that to go, but the Scarlet Chorus has usually wanted to conscript them. My problem with I'm gonna go with Freem. My reasoning being that flaying him and staking him as an example could backfire on you. You agree with the disfavored plan and sent the enemy captain back with a message. All those who surrendered or cooperated will be treated with deserving respect as subject of Kyros' peace. I mean, realistically, either way can backfire on you, but if you really fire up a people by killing somebody that they like, it can go very badly for you. Shocked by your clemency, the enemy captain vowed to deliver the message in full and paid his respects before departing for his encampment. Though typically more uncompromising, the disfavored praised your innovative thinking. The Scarlet Chorus despised what they viewed as resources wasted only to release a known enemy back into the wild. With the defeat of Apex an inevitability, the armies of Kyros met to discuss how to put an end to the stage of conquest. Both armies agreed to send an offer of parley along with their acceptance. Along with their acceptance, the enemy requested that you appear at the meeting. Word of your fair dealings had apparently spread to their ranks. How do you orchestrate the surrender of the realm of Apex? Negotiate surrender, or challenge the Queen? It's a tough one, because I actually feel like my character would be more of a challenge to Queen. So that's what I... Taunting the Queen of Apex into striking you under a banner of truce, you baited the Queen of Apex into a duel and slew her, frightening her vassals into submission. Scarlet Chorus urged you to show the Overlord's strength by any means necessary. During the peace talks, a well-placed insult goaded the Queen of Apex into striking you. Responded to the slight by challenging her to a duel. That the Queen was skilled in battle, your field experience outmatched her court training. As her body lay cooling on the ground, you demanded that her followers kneel before the Overlord's banner. Unable to rise above the fear of the moment, the remaining leaders capitulated, surrendering the valley to Kyros's forces. Three choices. The land of Apex finally rested in the hands of Kyros's forces. The Scarlet Chorus paused to revel in victory while the disfavored prepared for the next fight, affording themselves but an evening of rest. Kyros's armies radiated out from the conquered citadel and worked their way across the tiers. The disfavored and Scarlet Chorus aimed to dominate as much territory as possible in the coming year. Your distinguished reputation in Kyros's military left the choice of your next destination yours to make. Stalwart, with its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart is the most formidable realm in the tiers. As your Kyros dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azir, Kyros's conquering gaze fell upon the Valheim citadels, its treasures, its knowledge, and its secrets. Well, strike at the strongest. Year 3 of Kyros's conquest. The realm of Stalwart was best known for its proud army, disciplined, courageous, and undefeated on their home soil. How often did they fight on their home soil, though? Skill and resolve made Stalwart a military power that Kyros's forces approached with due caution. With its southern position, Stalwart had been largely safe from war, watching for 2 years as its neighbors fell to Kyros's forces. On the dawn of the third year, Kyros's forces were finally poised to invade the Stalwart Peninsula and subdue the tier's most vaunted army. Tragedy struck when hungry Scarlet Chorus soldiers appropriated disfavored supplies, or contingent setback, a stinging defeat led to accusations among Kyros's armies. Deal with defeat or deal with... Let's deal with it. Stalwart defenders burned their crops as they retreated, leaving the invaders little to forage. Starving, the Scarlet Chorus mob raided from the disfavored's well-maintained supply lines, incurring casualties on both sides. Sorry, gonna have to punish the Scarlet Chorus. That's not how you handle that situation. Even in a time of war, there was no excuse for allied armies to battle each other in violation of Kyros's peace. Exactly. The disfavored rightly argued that they only had enough supplies to feed their troops. The Scarlet Chorus needed to better look after their own people. Agreeing with their assessment, you had the offenders staked outside the Scarlet Chorus camp, left to send their message that hunger was no shield from justice. Beasts of Star Wars. New Scarlet Chorus tactic provoked disfavored rage. Or a string of mass suicides led the Scarlet Chorus to make demands of the disfavored. Hmm. Issue with the suicides. Rather than submit to Scarlet Chorus conscription, conquered locals began committing suicide. Desperate to add more bodies to the horde, the Scarlet Chorus demanded a portion of the disfavored prisoners. I'm gonna side with the chorus on that. You've got to share your resources. Use the disfavored request and allow the Scarlet Chorus to continue recruitment. Additionally, you ordered that the disfavored camp slaves be given to the chorus to make up for the losses suffered. There was no need to coddle the Tearsmen. If Stalwart lacked in peasants to work their fields, then families would be relocated from other parts of Kyros' empire. The details weren't important. All that mattered was bringing the war to a close and a decisive victory at any cost. To recompense the Scarlet Courses for their losses and punish the disfavored for their short-sightedness, you ordered a score of slaves conscripted into the ranks of Kyros' military. Disfavored didn't appreciate losing good haulers to the Scarlet Chorus, but you argued that no one was telling them how to conduct their war. The Edict of Storms. The disfavored carved a slow, steady path into the heart of Stalwart and surrounded the enemy's massive fortress. With the main bulk of their forces defeated, the enemy leadership retreated to their mighty fortress, content to wait out the war. Yeah, that never works. The Overlord answered this impudence with an Edict of Storms on the peninsula, a devastating spell that would endure for as long as the cowardly hearts of Stalwart's leaders persisted in beating. Pleased by your efforts, Tunon deemed you the proper representative to deliver Kyros's edict. Aside from being given a 3-day window to read the edict, you received no other instructions. Disfavored want to give no warning. The Scarlet Chorus wants to warn the people. I'm for something like that. Hey, look, we're about to do something really big, or you can just surrender. In an attempt to ingrate themselves with the people of Stalwart, the Scarlet Chorus insisted that a warning be sent to the towns and villages so that people may prepare for the horror that was about to descend on them. A tough one. I don't really agree with either side, but I'm gonna go with chorus. Give them one last chance to surrender. Kyros's wrath was intended for the cowardly regents of Stuarts, not the unfortunate swept up in the calamity of their leadership. Warning in advance of the spell would give locals time to prepare for the devastation to come. You were content to let punishment fall on the innocent as lightly as Kyros's will allows. Comforted that you might yet spare lives, you broke the seal of the Edict of Storms and read the Overlord's incantation. The clear skies darkened as you read the final words of the edict. A flurry of wind and rain whipped through the rolling plains and craggy canyons, turning turning rocks, uprooted trees, and hapless soldiers into hazardous. Sorry, uprooted trees and hapless soldiers into hazardous shrapnel. Armed with a measure of foresight, you were able to remove yourself from the area before the storms grew more violent. Over time, nearby community told of cyclones consisting of thousands of soldiers' worth of limbs, spears, and armors and skulls. What's more, the weather showed no sign of dissipating. Several units of disfavored who fought the enemy in spite of the advancing storm were caught up in the Overlord's magic. The few survivors regrouped and nursed their wounds. Their failure to topple the stalwart legion shamed them into believing the dead more fortunate. The name Stalwart fell from use. People took to calling it the Blade Grave, for the remade landscape festooned with the iron and bronze armaments of two once great legions. As Kyros's forces departed, you spared a glance back at the ruins of Stalwart, marveling at your work. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called into your service once more. Conquest complete. You have reached the end of Kyros's complex. Do you want to continue, or erase your progress and start over? We'll go with the choices we made and see what the hand we're dealt is. Use the plus and minus keys on the numpad to toggle fast and slow modes while playing the game.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused. And Kairos has one message for the Archons. Crush the Oathbreakers, or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you.
So I'm trapped in here, is what you're saying.
You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Fatebringer smiles, I presume? Gyros the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. I was hoping Tunon would send the Queen Slayer, if only to see the look on the Oathbreakers' faces when they see you in the flesh again. Conversations involve you and another character, and sometimes additional parties like bystanders or companions who may interject. The choices you make change how the stories develop and will build a reputation for your character over time. People in the world will learn of your reputations, good and bad, and respond accordingly. Characters' attributes, skills, history, and gender, as well as decisions you made in the conquest, will open up options for you in dialogue. These options are not necessarily superior to the other responses, but give you a wider variety of choices to select from. The manner in which someone responds to your choices depends on their individual personality and attitude. Each character who speaks to you will display a banner beneath their portrait. This banner indicates the faction the character is allied with. The tooltip on these banners will provide details about how that faction feels about you. I am 41% towards Tier 1 favor with the disfavored. That's kind of weird to say, but the disfavored kind of like me. Often see the names of important characters and locations displayed in gold text color. The tooltips on these glossary entries provide you with important information about the world. I can hover over Tunon and get a little wiki information about him. So not going to tell her 3. I'm just going to tell her I'm in a hurry to deliver a message to the Archons. Well, you've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Her voice fell silent, her attention snapping eastward with alarm. Did you hear that? It's actually... More runners, 3rd time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. Points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived, but they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Good. Spacebar is pause. She is, of course, on AI and will go as she pleases. Thrust, Sunder, Shield Slam, and Warrior's Respite. I'm going to Shield Bash him. Tyranny uses a pausable real-time combat system, which, frankly, having played other games that use this, I'm not terribly good at. Just gonna be honest with you. Because you will often manage more than one character at a time, it is a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real time to see the orders play out. Option menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met, i.e. the start of combat. Press spacebar to pause and unpause the game. I am thankful they made it spacebar. The one thing that I always end up remapping on a lot of the Total War games, which I really enjoy the Total War games, but they make pause. I think they make it P by default, which I just find annoying. I mean, yes, it makes sense, but I would rather have pause be spacebar, because my hand is usually in a position where spacebar is very convenient. Whereas P is on the other side of the keyboard for my hand that's on the keyboard. That's just me. That's why I am happy that games allow people to remap controls. Your character can always perform basic attacks using their equipped weapon or their fists if fighting unarmed. Characters also have special abilities and spells they can use in combat. When a character is selected, when a character is selected, their ability bar displays their hotkeyed abilities. As new abilities and spells in game, they're automatically added to the ability bar. You can also mouse over this. We have a 28 dodge, we have a 40 parry, really good at parrying. We have a 38 ability to resist physical pain, we have a 36 ability to resist mental pain, we have a 33 defense against magic, and we have an armor class of 2. We need to work on that last one. We can set up formations, select all party members, we can go into stealth mode, which won't take a moment. And we can change party AI settings, and we can make camp. No need to do. We probably can't actually do that in the middle of combat, to be fair. He is dazed. All of your character's abilities and spells can be accessed by selecting the category icon at the bottom of the selection. Abilities are grouped into talents, spells, combo abilities, artifact abilities, reputation abilities, and stances. Category icons for weapon sets and quick items follow. Use an ability, left click on the ability icon, or press the hotkey corresponding to its location in the ability bar. The cursor will change to indicate whether your mouse is over a valid target for the ability. Mouse over a valid target if the cursor is a red X in the corner, you are not over a valid target. If the cursor has a pair of feet in the corner, you will need to move closer to the target to use the ability. For abilities that target party members, such as healing spells and buffs, you can click on the party portrait to target the ability on that party member. Press escape at any time to cancel targeting the ability. All characters in the game, friend or foe, have 5 primary defenses: parry, dodge, endurance, will, and magic. These defenses are based on the character's attributes, equipped items, and other effects. The character's accuracy is based on their skill with the type of weapon they are wielding. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made to determine how likely it is that the attack will hit. With better accuracy, you'll hit more. Go figure. There are 4 possible results from any attack: a hit, a critical hit, a graze, and a miss. A critical hit increases your damage, while a graze reduces it. With each attack, you will gain experience in the weapon skill used to make the attack. Even a miss will grant some experience. Bong. Auto pause. Weapon ineffective. Smiles. Oh, well, that's not good. Weapon ineffective. I don't think I really have any choice as to weapons. Currently using a bronze sword. 7 to 10 slash damage. Well, I do have a better sword. I can equip that. Can't be changed in combat. Of course! Not be changed in combat. In other words, there's nothing I can do here. We'll hide my helmet. Rogue's leathers. Better armor. Not as good pierce defense. I will sit here and ineffectively swing my weapon. How about that?
Can't do this.
You're not looking so good.
Right.
Oh, that looked like it hurt, sir. Oh yes, yes, that hurt. Good double attack. Okay, stop hitting my friend. I mean, I don't really know her that much, but... There are 6 categories of talents available to your character: leadership, defense, power, agility, range, and magic. With each level you gain 1 point to purchase talent from any of these categories. Guessing I leveled up. Within a talent tree, each tier of talent unlocked based on how many talent points you have been spent in that tree. The talent, select the icon, and then the save button to confirm the choice. Each companion has their own talent tree with unique abilities. These abilities unlock in the same manner as your character's talents. As you spend points within a companion's talent tree, further tiers of talents become available. Thank you for the biddies. Have a good one, Magnus. I do appreciate the biddies. Have a good night. Hopefully I will see you around. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Get some rest. One down. Let's check further along the path for more. First, let's take whatever they had, because that's the type of soldier I am. Now, let's go to my inventory, because I have some better weapons. Now, that is better armor. I'm gonna be fighting people. I would rather have better armor. Just saying. I do have 5 lesser healing potions available. Okay. We should be vigilant and deal with the remaining Oathbreakers in the pass. This seems like a suicide mission. What do the Vendoring Guard hope to accomplish? Interactive objects. Oh, hold down tab to highlight interactive objects in the environment. That's one of your skills has gone up a rank. As you use your skills in the game, they accumulate experience. When they gain enough experience, they will increase their skill rank. As skill ranks increase, your characters will gain experience towards their next level. Press C to open the character shape and see your skill experience. You scored a crit. A crit is a better result than a hit and is more likely to occur when the attack's accuracy is higher than the target's defense. Attacks that deal damage will do more damage on a crit. Spells and abilities that hail will improve your allies will be better on a crit. Attacks that inflict status effects or afflictions will have increased durations on a crit. Grazes are worse than hits and suffer decreased damage and effect duration. One of your characters has been engaged in melee. When characters are engaged, they immediately stop moving. They move away from the enemy that is engaging them. They will provoke a powerful disengagement attack. Your characters will also automatically engage enemies when they initiate attacks against them. Selected character is engaged, your cursor will change to a red circle of 4 wedges. This indicates that moving the character will provoke a disengagement attack from the enemy engaging them. Engagement is indicated by arrows drawn between selection circles of enemies. To see who a character is engaging or is engaged by, mouse over the selection circle to display the engagement arrows. They don't really cover it well in there, but it is possible to engage somebody and not be engaged by them. I know this from other games. What do they hope to accomplish? From what we learned from the other prisoners, the runners are instructed to escape the valley and drum up support for the Oathbreakers' cause elsewhere in the tiers. I don't know who they think will listen to their pleas. We've smashed every army, fortress, and self-proclaimed ruler these low-born tiersmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beasts will rally to their side. Oh, carry on. Get squished. Now, who are you? Stone Shield. You're My faction? They're not my faction. What that means? There we go. Ancient Weeping Mother statue pays homage to... first of her name, Freshwater once... Gyros' forces attack the statue began weeping blood and has done so ever since. Character recovery. All characters, friend and foe, must recover from after every action they take in combat. The recovery timer is displayed above each character in combat. The length of recovery time varies based on the character, weapon they are wielding, the armor they have equipped, and the attack ability or spell they just used. If you issue an action to a character and want to cancel it, you can press X with that character selected. Each action once an action has progressed far enough, i.e. an attack has dealt damage, it cannot be cancelled. I dealt damage with that? Let me cancel it. I don't want to do that.
Take. That.
I apparently really need a better weapon because I equipped the better weapon and I'm still not doing damage to these things unless I use an ability. Which I can do, but it really kind of seems a little silly that boom, target destroyed. Some soldier near death. Oh, dead.
I got it. Will do.
Don't bother with me. Go down to the pass. Drastus soldier clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of his entrails between his fingers. Oh, that's not good. Wounded. It's not trivial. This, but a scratch. Soon twice as worse 10 times over. Hold your guts then, farewell. No. You'll let me help. I said I'm fine. Raven Ash protects. You go on, help the others. Okay, your funeral, dude. Oh, mushrooms. You'll revive when defeated for 120 seconds. Journal. Missives. Burner, Silver Merchant, spell parts. Sun Soldier's Javelin. Get 12 years. Potion of Protection. A Whetstone. 10 more lesser heat. Oh, okay. What do we have here?
Try and catch me, worm.
Young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendering Guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods to acknowledge you. Yeah, the Scarlet Course doesn't much care for me. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countrymen. This one's crazy. Much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Ha! Fate Finder. Here at last. Here to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery.
Combat start. You're gonna run over there? Geyser.
They won't even get close.
Good work. Will do.
Do, do, do.
You got it.
A lot of grazing going on. Have any stances?
Yeah. Yeah.
I see as the crow flies.
You hit me. Wasn't friend this. You died.
Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
No, I didn't.
I'm Verse, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
Didn't have anything to lose. What
The
are you
voices
doing
of
here?
Narat told me to intercept you at Edgering Ruins before you busied yourself solving all of the camp's problems. Guess I was too late. You're due for a meeting with the Archons, but we should handle the small matter of this ambush first.
Why are they attacking
I
now?
guess. The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That, or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall. A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed. Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Chorus are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Narat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important about Vendrian's well, though don't ask me what. The Archon isn't in the habit of spilling secrets.
Well, yes. That wouldn't be very secret. They let them out of. Now what to do next. Minimap. As you make your way through the tiers, use the minimap to the lower right corner of the screen to see what parts of the map you've already been to and what's left to explore. On the M key, maximize the minimap, or press the comma key to toggle between the minimap and the combat log. The minimap displays useful information like the position of enemies you've discovered, lootable chests, and key characters in the scene. Use the buttons on the right side of the minimap to toggle the display of these indicators. Yes, I know what a disengage is. Party members reduced to 0 health, they are knocked out. This means they're out of the fight, but as long as your side is victorious, they will regenerate their health when combat ends. Being knocked out applies a wound to the character, reducing their maximum health for future combat until they rest or level up. To move your character closer, yes, I already that much out. Pause the game at any time. Most people in your account of the world are neutral or friendly. You can interact with them by clicking on the selection circle. Many characters will simply greet you and go on their way. Others will have larger conversations to explore. Okay.
Eager.
Ready if you are.
I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching. No
Nice
reason
and
to
practical.
pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Nerat!
Organ armor. Hide. Lesser sigil of reaching grasp. Healing potion. Scarlet Fury helm. Want them to move together, you have to select them. Symbol of the Scarlet Chorus is smeared in blood on the tattered cloth tent. No effort has been made to repair the tent. Weapons and armor are strewn haphazardly around the cart. Every blade shows signs of rust. Every piece of armor is in need of repair. Several skulls bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds are spiked on a roughly hewn post. The only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs. Really? There's a bunch of you guys. There's only 2 of us. That's not very fair. The Vendering Guard doesn't much care for me. Queenslayer! The warrior rears back his swinging arm and as the invective hisses off his tongue. Long dreamed of laying claim to your skull. So nice of you to present yourself. Well, Tarkus Demos, this is probably not going to play out the way you're expecting. You just arrived at camp and they already gave you a title? Impressive. As he signals his men to charge, the sound of chanting arises from the south, drawing his attention. Reinforcements, hurry! Run down the Earthbreakers, let none escape! Mocking blaze. He is Scarlet Chorus. From the red mob of reinforcements to the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble. Ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. Red glow surrounds the Verdant Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their mind, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there, keep to the path! The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but his soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. No, don't engage them, we need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon. Game paused. Okay guys, I'm gonna leave you guys to fight those guys. I'm gonna go fight the big guy here.
Trouble.
Okay, I gotta go into my auto pause setting. This is. Companion voices joined your party versus a capable warrior skilled in both melee and ranged combat. As you acquire companions, you will need to balance their strengths against the strengths of your character to be successful in combat. While it is possible to adventure alone, you will find the game more rewarding with a well-balanced party. There are now 2 characters in your party, and both are selected. Any command you issue now will affect both party members. Select a single party member, just click on one of them. Figure that much out. You can either control your new companion directly, or you can enable their eye and have their attack on their own. Use their abilities on their own. Once their AI is enabled, you can always select them and tell them to attack a specific enemy or use an ability, and they will follow your orders. Right-click on the AI button, you can see the AI settings for your party members. You can set the auto-attack behavior for each character, blah blah. Rose has several stance abilities that provide her with different benefits in combat. Stances are modal abilities, meaning they can be toggled off and on. Only one stance can be active at a time. When a stance is deactivated, all stances enter a cooldown for a short duration.
Do this.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change it. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Do wish you could have it only tell you the first time what. But slow some of it down at least. Then again, definitely pause on character death. Stop on spell counts because it's getting the other guy casting down the time. Let's save the changes. I thought you weren't supposed to be. Because I thought you weren't supposed to be pausing just because they were attacked.
Oh, got dark all of a sudden.
Right. Will do.
That was not a nice fight. Come quick, we have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. Do they? Slow my recovery. Improve my unarmed DPS. So. What's there? Rain? Edra. Have the captain. Oh no. Doing? You'll draw attention to me. Party member takes damage, they will start to lose health. The health bar will next to their portrait will start to decrease. Party member's health drops low enough they will gain a wound and the health bar will turn red. Wounded characters have their maximum health reduced. Wounds are removed when the party rests or when a character levels up. discovered a scroll, an image for a sigil of magic. If a member of your party has a high enough lore skill, you can learn the sigil and use it to craft spells. To meet the lore requirement for the scroll, right-click on the scroll icon and click on the Learn button at the bottom of the selection interface. Minutes. Your party members are low on health. Yeah, no kidding. Got our tushes kicked. So ordered the original icon of the disfavored erased from memory. For over 100 years, the disfavored had kept the scratched out iconography, wearing it with pride. Stormbanner rips a scratched out icon of the disfavored. The army's original symbol has been lost to history, and Graven Ash has never ordered a replacement, preferring the blasted icon over all others. Stow your weapons or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him, worry not for me. Graven Ash will protect. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? Just kill that. Why kill that disfavored nobody when you can take your swing at the Queenslayer? You, the Queenslayer? Dazed but alive, Drastus lets out a long sigh and struggles to his feet. Eros be praised. That Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Cairn himself. Justice slides a trembling hand along the cut on his neck. Thank you, Fatebinder. I thought today was my last. Look of it, guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. Found a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Holds out a handful of crumpled parchments for your inspection. Students of letters such as yourself should be able to make sense of this. All that training in Graven Ash doesn't teach you to read. Repeating the same message in different written scripts, the parchment explained the Vendran Guard's desire to overthrow Kyros's Archons and rout the armies from the tiers. Pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendran's well. Well, from the look of it, we kept them from slipping out of the valley. Whatever they hoped to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you're ready, leave by the gate to the southeast and follow the trails downslope for a few hours. You'll see the campfires leagues away. Can't miss it. see. Quick finger bangles. Honor guards bronze phalanx. DPS, more accuracy, slightly slower recovery, better range, worse armor penetration. Grain. Sigil. Let's take a look at I've 'Why is this broken armor different than the other? Also just like it's 10% max health. Minus 10%. Still skirmisher. Favored. Guard. They don't like tier 1.
Sorry, I can't.
Something about climb up the rope requires 35 athletics.
Hey, over there.
I found a potion of invisibility. What is the situation here? Oathbringers, hold the citadel at the heart of the city, the one built around the base of the spire. Aurora points east to the tower in the distance. The Matani River has been our largest headache during the siege. It's unsafe for armored troops to ford, save for at key locations, and the enemy knows this as well as we do. I know we'd be a lot further along if the Scarlet Corps used its alleged strength in numbers to ford the river themselves and overwhelm the enemy. As it is, we must take the valley slowly and advance the disfavored bulwark, since that's where the real work gets done. Because all it takes is a number to cross a river under a hail of arrows. If the disfavored were quicker to act, maybe the Vendran Guard wouldn't have trained up to face us. I don't have enough lore. There has been a lack of cooperation. On both sides, I assure you, and we get nowhere by bickering over the failings of past battles. 7 years, 2 seasons, a handful of days. I trained at Fort Resolution a bit before the conquest. Compared to the commanders you find around camp or stationed on Iron Hearth, makes me one of the young bloods. It's been a long, grueling campaign, but the end is in sight. We'll soon have the Oathbreakers back under control, then we can rest, retrain, and even cycle out troops so we can see our families again. They are the last gasp of the younger realms. Among them are warriors that escaped the bastard city siege, a few refugees from other victories, and a bunch of Vendran locals with delusions of independence. Southern Wastrels cannot match our iron, nor the chorus's members. What on Tertius gave them the nerve to rise up and ask for a second helping of battles is beyond anyone's guess. I once saw a forge-bound artisan set himself on fire. Occupational hazard. That was an unpleasant day. First of many, to be honest. Carry on. Have a pleasant siege, Fatebinder. Have a pleasant siege. Guessing I have a decision. Prisoner says his name is Tarkus Demos. Press this letter alongside tapping his gauntleted finger to his temple, and I don't think this is a complicated matter. He dies. His family's been the driving force in the Vendran Guard. Killing him should demoralize whatever's left of the Tarkus clan. But we must offer the enemy redemption. Well, save for the inbred nobles. Just ask the Queenslayer. The chanter lets out a hearty chuckle. An incomplete set of teeth, but corpses can't serve the chorus, so while mercy always pains him is what the voices of Nerat commands. We'd let you take prisoners, but you can't control them. You send these conscripts out on patrol and they never return, defecting all over again. I can't let this nonsense strategy continue. Well, I insist that this Oathbreaker be taken to the voices of Nerat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a Fatebinder here to settle the matter for us. Chanter turns to you, an expectant smile creeping across her face. So what say you? What should become of this prisoner? What gives? Last I was here, the disfavored showed a little more mercy to the enemy. These filthy hill people spat on the surrender. Fools to ever treat them as anything more than violent children. Mercy is what got us into this protracted fight. Let's not continue the mistaken strategy. No, in this particular, I agree. They broke their oath of surrender. I won't keep you here any longer, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. Sorry, part of the chorus, but no, they surrendered once. It didn't stick. Fatebinder, what an honor to have one of Tunan's court here on our humble holdfast. Need supplies? Bursting with energy, the merchant slams her palm down on the top of her crate. If so, you've come to the right place. So what'll it be today? I trust you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you're peddling? Well, you see, Fatebinder. I think so. I've been handing these bits of scripts. But I'm not a woman of letters. Numbers are my strength, as you can well. Certainly, good Fatebinder. Owner's right to trade in a local capacity. When not supporting an active battle, she has the right to trade grain, copper, and olives anywhere in the tiers. Ugh. More camping supply. No iron rings. No bronze rings. I have 61 copper rings. Obviously, I don't need broken armor. It's just there to sell. Sword is just there to sell. That I might use. Like losing the armor. No. $30 and lower 35. Ability. Small. I don't have that kind of subterfuge. Weapons and army are stacked with neat precision on the transport cart. Every spear is honed and oiled and ready for battle. I'm supposed to go out?
Sorry, I can't.
Can't you now?
Can't do that.
Sure. Can't get it. Yeah, she's 35. She's the higher of the two. Yeah, 25. I'm not a... Not a, sneaky person.
I'm on it.
So we don't know what's in the barrel. Oops. Yes, yes. Tutorials we haven't looked at. Door, yes. You have discovered a hidden object. Many hidden traps or chests. When discovered, these objects will highlight for all of your party to see. Enable scouting mode by pressing L to make finding these easy. Siren will sing songs, whoever Siren is. Or else, I don't know. And we are now further in the game than I have played, so. That's where I am. The Disfavored Camp. Fort was constructed shortly after routing rebels along the valley's western edge. The Archon Graven Ash directs all disfavored efforts from this location. It will take 2 hours and 45 minutes to get there. Bigger map than I expected. Okay, that's camp. It will take 2 hours and 45 minutes to complete your journey from Edgering Runs to the Disfavored Camp. Oh boy, what's going on? What you can carry but leave the cart, otherwise we seize you and your wares. Is it now? Hail, Fate Bomber, the disfavored scout nods at your approach. Cancel on up ahead, don't mind us, just clearing the rabble. Still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. She's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? Am I not allowed to trade one thing for another? Not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. How was I mean, to whom should I speak for such a thing? What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel and, the warrior pauses, placing her hand in front of her mouth. If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgments around. Well, you could rob me now and leave and have my supplies today, the merchant grabs a flask from his cart, or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing draughts. Certainly any army. Those. Don't have enough subterfuge lore. I'm not a lawbreaker or a hunter.
On it.
Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. Mrs. Venariat told me you've come as a mediator. Considering the source, well, can't help feeling if I'm only hearing half the story. So let's have it out. What's so special about you? Here to deliver an edict from Kairos. Makes a crazy kind of sense considering how long the siege has taxed the armies. I can understand why Kairos would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? Archons must claim Ascension Hall by Kyros's Day of Swords, or all will perish. One more thing the Archons fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kairos sends any lightning or well, just tell me when to duck. Only that I could find you in Edgering Ruins, truthfully. Could have picked you out of a crowd. You're the only one that hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Manti River. She laughs, but there's a forced nature to it. I really ought to be meeting with the Archons. Warton is just past the center of camp. One last thing. Be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously and most have suffered too many blows to the head. Wrong there. Who do we have here? Step closer and present yourself. Okay. Well, look at you. Our gatecrasher from the court is still in one piece. Guard pounds his chest plate in salute. Welcome to this favored camp. Always happy to have an honored ally pay us a visit. Raven Ash protects. That he does. You well, Fatepiner. Glory to Kairos. Okay, I am going to take a break. I will be right back, and we'll continue on our way. House. We're back. Thank you everybody for your patience. I appreciate it. Save file here. Just see. Hail to you, guardian of the law. See many merchants. Try not to congratulate myself on my good fortune, since it's by the wisdom and mercy of Tunon that I make a profit. Perhaps we're not so different in that respect. That's what I want. To do that. Ah, I just passed the center of camp, huh? Go. Some abilities allow party members to attack multiple times with basic attacks. Ah, the Archons. Ice is flexible, changing with the moment. Besides, now we're agreeing. You know you hate going into battle without overwhelming odds on your side. I need your heckling, I need your scouting reports, or better yet, confirmation you quelled the Oathbreakers and the... Hey, that? Resolve it in our own time and way. We must make at least a token effort to show them mercy. Mercy? You've already shut up our mercy once before. Got a brunch. Let's leave something to rule over. We've forgotten Karis' orders. Patience.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
He doesn't seem happy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
Seems to float and spin. Never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
It's my job to get... In favor. The Queenslayer. Seeing your presence, the disfavored commander snaps into a firm salute. No doubt your presence here will strike despair into the hearts of our enemy. Lord Ash, Lord Nerrit, our guest is here. Apologies for the sudden
The Stormcaller. Conveniently late once more. Our eyes and ears tell us you come bearing an edict. The anticipation is killing us.
Well, if the anticipation doesn't, the edict will.
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Edring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all.
Ugh. Really, you two? I require no thanks.
It seemed only yesterday you were proving your worth in battle, assisting my warriors in the siege of the bastard city. Now Kairos has chosen you for a second time to proclaim an edict. Tell us, good Fatebinder, what sort of punishment does the Overlord have in store for the Oathbreakers?
The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kyros's Day of Swords, or all in the valley shall perish. I think I'm gonna go with the middle ground on this one. Seems you need some encouragement to work together. Kyros's edict will end the lives of everyone in this valley unless Ascension Hall is claimed by Kyros's Day of Swords. This is an arrow tank, Raven Ash. The earth sways with each word you utter, the earth thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. It's every syllable drafted by the hand of Kyros. Edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your leg, worn from a long trip down the mountain, feel renewed. The tired limbs now buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive.
Correct.
We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? A baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
I'm not gonna pride him. Bicker all you wish, you're just
The
wasting
Fatebinder is
time.
right. We're acting not as leaders, but as children. I've no time for your foolish japes and petty taunts. We should focus on the objective at hand, and that is taking the Mittani River, and then advancing to Ascension Hall and ending this edict.
Work to be done. Lord. Barak and his band have drilled Echo Call Assault Plan. Crescent runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. Dispatch him as want. I I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
Archon twirls his scepter one last time and then taps the fifth eye on the shoulder, and the two depart.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narat is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us.
Come now.
Queenslayer, I would ask that you join us in battle, if only for the satisfaction of your presence enraging the enemy. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective.
Yeah, sure.
If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short of a few everything. Sure, my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider.
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the outer valley.
We will be at the training grounds, readying the soldiers. Find me there when you are ready. Though I am loath to mention it, the chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp to east. Seek him out if you must. They all get along so well. No, no, I'm not taking your potions right from under your nose. I wouldn't do that. The report from Alcohol Crossing blames the failure of the assault to the village on the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently the scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the enemy composition. That never happened. Bitter quip. Glory to the voices of Nerat. Projecting his salutation for all to hear, the grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder smiles, I presume. The smile quickly repeats, giving him bitter quip. Here is an emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. What is it like working with this favored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. According to the Iron Hag, is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One. Her leadership must be continually proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should lead to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear with for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see with my own eyes the failure of the disfavored. That will be a fine day. You tell me the Scarlet Chorus. The chorus is the future of the tears. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. Bitter Quip looks at you with a raised eyebrow. What in particular would you like to know? About the voices of Nerat. He is Supreme Commander and Public Servant. He who sets us free but directs us all. Bitterquip smiles as he talks, his face turning flushed. The voices of Nerat is the epitome of what each of us can be. Magician without equal, the leader of uncountable numbers. How did you come to join us? The Doctrine of Strength speaks to me, and I answered his call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the course almost instantly, unlike most. I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the course. What is your role in the chorus? I'm a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man in the tide of battle. I have not held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I envisioned for my service thus far. Sounds like you really like the voices of scowls and says nothing.
Yes.
Marcus. I am Lucio. This is Marcus. His favorite soldier points to the armored man, and you must be the Fatebinder. From under her helmet you hear an audible scoff. You've been assigned to babies. Assigned to your hospitality, Marcus quickly injects while you remain on disfavored. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? It's trainable to this level 5. I was just curious. Ta-da! Earthshaker. Fatebinder smiles, am I right? I am Service, commander of the 3rd generation disfavored. Specifically, I am Service the Younger. Some folks can't keep track. The rank says commander, but lately I'm just organizing patrols and trying to stay out of the way. You should talk to Iron Marshal if you've something official that needs discussing. You asking that Earthshaker where the reinforcements are? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of the most competent spell slingers to help break the stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you're at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. I could lend a hand. Could you? I knew that Tunan's agent wouldn't fail us in a time of need. I'll mark the last 9 site for Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. It's like asking why the beasts stink. Disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kyrus's peace to the Tears, while the Skullet Course bring only mayhem in their wake. You can tell the forces of Nerid has a plan, and I'll take your word for it. You can tell me the forces of Nerid has a plan, and I'll take your word for it, but the Chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. Wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. Seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. I'm gonna call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I feel the Scarlet Course will step in front of Raven Ash's strategy at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the voice of Nariat is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do our job. Not much to tell. My father was Servus the Elder. His father was Servus the First of his name, the drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest of you will hopefully hear about it when the storytellers immortalize me. I will. Stone shield armor. Its favorite is violently defaced. The table is lined with various medicinal herbs that appear they've been carefully rationed.
Is that all? I've got this.
Or wise that we can act. Heavy armor, bronze. Mind you, they're light bronze boots. Better armor, worse deflection, worse disengagement. But their money are. Level up! Characters earned enough experience to advance a level. Each level, your maximum health increases and your character is fully healed. Held. Words are hard. Also increase one attribute of your character and purchase a new talent. Click on the level number of your character's portraits, spend your points, or press C. Unspent talent points. Yes, I'll get that. Increasing an attribute costs 1 point until the attribute score reaches 19 to raise an attribute from 19 to 22 points. Oh, hey, Steve. Sorry I missed you. Things going on. Yeah, it's obviously it's an older school RPG. Um, Kind of interesting in the fact that you're technically one of the judges on bad guys' side of things. Let's see. But I'm enjoying it actually. It is an interesting story. I do like the at the beginning they kind of have a, as Otto said, a kind of a choose your own adventure section where you go through the campaign of conquering the area, and you make the choices you make kind of decide how you're going to be perceived once you get into the actual game. I don't have it. Let's try it as armor penetration of thrust ability. Accuracy. Slam. Save, save. Well, let me see. I'm really just getting into the game, so.
You learn something every day.
Carefully skinned games hanging from this branch appears sickly and now malnourished. Subterfuge. I'm the hero. You can tell because I'm running around the camp stealing everything. Goes.
Huh.
Okay, 2 topaz. Proportionate game simmers on a large copper pot. Fragrant spices attempt to mask the potent smell of whatever creature they've decided to cook. Over here. The Iron Marshal. Don't just coddle the impact, push back with your shield, take the momentum. Iron Marshal Iranos, field commander of the disfavored, pounds her fist in the air as she calls out to the warriors on the training field. I said, eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. His favorite officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden surcoat as she clears her throat. Need to stay on top of the troops with or their skills will rust. For their own good, even if they don't. It's a situation. The brigades amassing along Placid Echo Column, Little Tooth crossings. Venturing Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they can't hold a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but her words falter, a short coughing breaking her flow. We all die to Kirasator's edict should we fail, so I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no course backup. There's just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. He shakes her head, letting off a long pain sigh. We found bodies washing up the river for days. Not even the Tearsmen. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and just chose to disregard our warnings? Pass out blame after the war, the Oathbreakers met. Quite right. Getting our emotions in won't hasten this campaign. Basically, I know the value of taking the crossing. Our plan just might work. Iron Marshal lifts her gauntlet to close to her face, shifting her eyes from you to the metal. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tunon the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court. I trust you will honor us all on the field. Ento will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Eric of the Stone Shields. She points heavily to a heavily armed soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training field. Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms. His armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise it's something of a curse. Tapping her helmet twice, Iranos signals to the hulking presence. Barak, come meet the Fatebinder. Barak, the soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Barrick, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
Walking. Encountered Barak in the Stalwart campaign. Though he appears much changed, he's an
You're
excellent
generous
soldier.
to say so. I'm afraid I left the better part of myself on the killing fields of Stalwart, but it's still in my pride and honor to serve the Legion.
The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help, and more importantly, my worries come true and the Chorus tries to impede the mission. We'll have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some Chorus children.
I asked the Barrier accompany you there to attribute the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Barak, you've been without a cohort since the last battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? An order, Barak. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. Hope you don't mind. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion. Excellent. I look forward to your success in the field. Hey, a third member. All level 2. Let's see. A pure tank. She hasn't leveled up. Started with. So much to do. That is a little. Oh. Let's go to the northern clearing and see if we can't find the Earthshaker. I'm gonna run. If there's anything to take. It's an imbued rod of strength. Saturnia curses the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft. Our supplies are spent. He wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. You can take a beating and get bent back into shape. Like this stubborn iron we have here. I always have plenty of tin and copper laying around, so supplies aren't the problem. Rare smith who can churn out military grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. We're on camp, grabbing the Legion. We're grabbing the Legion head to toe in iron. Sorry, garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that. Of course, some of us go overboard from time to time. All the disfavor of the Iron Legion for a region. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the Smiths and Lithian's Crossing. An iron shortage? I'm afraid so. Our last shipment came down the Matini and went missing near Echo Call Crossing. Afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Bound iron is Tunan's responsibility. Why is this the first time hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Raven Ash doesn't want to cause panic or pass any information to the Verdant God. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting in a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. Been instructed to aid in Operation in Echo. We'll keep an eye out for your shipment. I appreciate that, as does the Great General, more than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. Be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. Here to help, even if that means cleaning up the Archon's mess. No need to salt the wound, Fatebinder, none of us? Mistaken in thinking that the siege has gone exactly as planned. See that? That's how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous so people don't go snooping around. You'll want to keep your eye out for those. Good hunting. You look like a competent fighter. Why aren't you swinging that hammer into an enemy's face? Good that Ash and the Legion gave me the opportunity. Our training at Fort Resolution, I demonstrated some skill with the craftsman hammer. Now, whenever there's arms or armor to be mended to, no forge bound in attendance, they look to me. Which is often. Time being. Sell off some stuff before we go. Let me see your work. Baronet, I'll sell the Rod of Strength, the Agate, Topaz, all of them. Does do more damage, but it's slower and less armor penetration. Fortune. Now. We're camping for the time being. He doesn't like me. I can't say that about you. Now, Echo Call Crossing, Forest Camp, Northern Clearing. That's way out there. Well, let's go talk to the Scarlet Chorus. It'll take an hour and 30 minutes to complete your journey. Oh look, we got ambushed.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcrowing. Ashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned with braids and knots of sailor's line. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vinguard regalia, the warrior leans on an elaborate bladed staff pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm.
Tunon sends us the Queenslayer. The old judge has a sense of humor, I'll give him that. Did the voices of Nurat send you to gather my head and complete his collection? If so, we'll have to save our tussle for another time. Today I have business. Vengeance can wait.
Okay,
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal. As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release. I see. That is as I feared, but thank you for telling me all the same. I prefer closure to wishful thinking.
I got no reason to lie about it.
If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
He's dead.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have some questions.
We shouldn't be socializing with Oathbreakers.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
Why do you resist Kairos?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tearsman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
The younger realms were beset with constant battle. You prefer that to Kyros's
You
order.
make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the younger realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered beastmen tribes.
Yeah, something else.
That is our way, Binder. Here in the South, only thugs and bandits kill prisoners. The younger realms may be guilty of constant fighting, but we never slay each other when the battle's long over. We're not about to change that now. As a rule, Kairos' forces haven't been keen on swapping prisoners. But I know our disfavored prisoners aren't prisoners anymore. I just assumed they were swapped for some of our own. I would joke that the voices of Nerat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the Citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the tiers. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled. Listen to you, thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge, or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tiers, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendry and Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity. Yes, Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously, so I volunteered to find some answers. And now here we are. Fair enough. But now a question for you. The Edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the Edict. What was it?
No, that I won't give you.
So you will not say? I expected as much. Can it be worse than endless storms or fire pouring from the earth? Not that you'd answer that either. I've another question for you, if you will entertain it.
Are we really standing here and chatting with Oathbreakers? It's hard to watch, like cuddling a goat you're going to kill for dinner.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tiers were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. It seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's fate binders can smell truth from falsehood? Thanks for that. I could see why you'd want to foster the mystique all the same. The School of Tides would always tell commoners we didn't know how to summon drinkable water. Once they find out, you can't eat in peace. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
The Overlord has some control of how the edict lingers, but Kairos only knows the exact details.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon. You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by House and Guild. In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable accord. May peace find you, Fatebinder.
Hey, what did I tell you?
Hardly assembled, just a scroll. Word has it that Ash has been under more scrutiny than the other Archons, seeing as he took a stand against Kyros in the past. Even though he bent knee in the end, that doesn't place him above suspicion. Kyros and the other Archons keep a tight leash. Ash's troops impressed the growing empire, but Kyros made them sacrifice everything they were up to the point Ash surrendered. They've been disfavored ever since in fighting to earn back their honor. Guess that's why you don't cross the Overlord. Kyros holds a grudge with a mean, jealous streak.
What do you need?
Those who defy Kyros' authority. Tearsmen can either fight or submit to Kyros' peace, and only one of those options captures my interest. I suppose I appreciate it when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuse to flay them. They need to understand whether we unify the Tears under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave makes little difference to you, me, or Kyros. An interesting view of conquest. It's a pragmatic one. Anyway, the Scarlet Course caught onto the idea at the beginning of the campaign. If no one objects that we're here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then by all accounts, that's our purpose. Besides, unification is such a vague concept that Kyros allows the disfavored and the chorus to interpret it as they will. The Overlord is concerned with results. I'm happy to focus on the details, especially if that means cutting off a farmer's legs while his family watches their land burn. Okay. No, there isn't, Fatebinder. I suspect that we're going to make something great together. Line of bodies stretching as far as the old walls. It's going to be beautiful. Fight in any notable battles? I spent some time in Azure toward the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Karen's orders, but we never found out for sure.
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means. What can I do for you?
I am the line your enemies cannot cross. All of the details are meaningless, but I suspect you have some thirst for details, so ask anyway. Did you seek the trade of war? Did it find you? Both, I suppose. I knew fighting was in my blood, and the disfavored offered me a chance to use my skills to bring peace. Otherwise, I would have wound up some brigand or an enforcer to a crooked merchant. You think Ash and his legion bring peace? That's cute. It doesn't hold water from where I'm standing. Big guy, I've seen them spill as much blood as any chorus gang. clearly been too busy sacking villages and stealing crops to notice how a proper army conducts a war. We sow order, not discord. We're worse than Ash in the voices. Favored needed recruits in anticipation of the march south. They offered to care for my mother and brother as long as I stayed with the Legion. It's a better guarantee than you'll find anywhere else. As an elite fighter as far as most were concerned, although still green by disfavored standards, luckily for everyone my skills improved under the Iron Marshal's rigorous training.
It is a symbol of Kairos' will, one that I am not likely to forget. I found this armor. Perhaps it would be better to say that it found me during the Edict of Storms.
I proclaimed the edict. Where were you when it struck? I had taken to battle, knowing full well that the edict was approaching and the people of the Stalwart were prepared. In spite of every setback, my sense of duty compelled me to march on the stronghold in the heart of the realm. Our march was a hasty one. A cohort of disfavored soldiers vanished in the second year of the war. Among them, the daughter of Graven Ash. After a long silence, we learned that she was held in the fortress of Sentinel's Stand. Go on. As we surrounded the citadel, I heard the opening peals of thunder, as did the scout I was busy trying to kill, and the winds hit like an avalanche. Many of us begged Kairos for deliverance. What else were we to do? Winds knocked the legs of our offense out from under us. All of the decorated soldiers I brought to battle were swept up and dashed to pieces, their armors and bodies mixing with the dirt of a tornado that spun in maddening revolutions. A piece of the citadel wall broke off and nearly crushed my skull. I only remember a few scattered moments of the storm, like the flying bits of bronze and iron cutting my flesh, severed limbs of falling soldiers tumbling through the air. Eventually I woke up, thinking myself trapped under rubble. When I rose and felt like I was buckling under my own weight, that's when I realized I was stuck. Right and truly stuck inside this heap of scrap. You handle your own repairs? I try to keep the surface oiled enough to slow the spreading rust, and I bend the plates from time to time, but repairs, maintenance, no. That would be an understatement, if only it protected me from foolish questions. Beric is a shortening of my northern surname, which has been passed down through the generations since Graven Ash assembled his army. I go by it because I wear it with pride. The proper is Barakonen. When battles rest, trained at Fort Resolution before they marched me out to the second cohort. I hope to spend my rusting years in Fretten shores, unless of course I die in glorious battle, which would be preferable. My mother is good with the soil, and my father with rings. He spends much of his time away on one merchant's errand or another. Still, I'm lucky to say they're both alive. Ash is the general of the favorite, a veteran of centuries of battle and an archon without peer. I would follow him to the void and back without question. We will come back to those conversations later. Blood pollen. Freshberry. Make out the faintest outline of a soldier's arm at the bottom of this pond, a victim of a previous battle.
On it.
It's the big star thing. It's another camp to steal all the stuff. Past this point is chorus territory. You don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I'm always. I'm Smiles, a Fatebinder of Turnon. I am here to vanquish the Oathbreakers. You know, I think I was told to expect somebody, but you seem too ugly to be him. When exactly should I let you in? And more importantly, what's this hulking ton of iron doing here? I'm gonna have to take a break because my dog wants to go outside. I will be back shortly. Thank you. Patient. Tank. Okay, so no. He's an allied warrior and my guard. You don't want to make an issue of this. Fine, just come on in. I'm sure the Fury will gut you if you're really a problem. Scroll sits here, glowing with mystical energy. It's going to continue to sit there because I... Hey look, Fifth Eye, we're probably gonna just finish up this camp and then call it a night. On the tired side, and it's been a long day. The binder of Tunon arrives. Squealing with teenager's timber, the Fifth Eye's voice makes your gum itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. We just finished having a bit of sport with some captives, but worry not. We'll have much more fun with we'll have much more fun with another batch momentarily. Now that you've issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? This is camp response to the edict. With mewling, bawling, and occasional orgy, freakus, vomitus. Shrill tear and laughter escapes from Renner's mouth. The bloodlust is theirs, but so is the fear of failure. Should our glorious horde fail to overrun the citadel, we will surely all perish. I mean, I don't see the disfavored pulling their weight. I trust you're getting your warriors. We know the Oathbreakers are focused in the citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining a camp here in the Outer Valley, and unless we deal with the second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. You have how large a force? For all these weeks you've let the enemy roam freely through the valley? Hurt. Insult my manners and maturity, but do not insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. Dealt with countless Oathbreakers, but one group remains at large despite our best efforts. Captain Pellox's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. So you need help taking out these Oathbreakers? To add their strength to ours. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Varensguard secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help in questioning this Varikel. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If we know where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try and take their captain, show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. I will speak with the prisoner. Red Bear chance shows sign of hard use and long-term exposure to the elements. Crimson Spear Helm. A bronze hammer. Next time, try using a hammer. Upon noticing your approach, the merchant straightens his posture and smiles. What an honor! Name's Snigler Dagos. Originally from the relative tranquility of the Northern Empire, and since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Curus's forces supplied with only the finest good, local and imported. Just a merchant at the moment. Hey, Reg. Well, look who we have here. Chewing on some manner of cut, a heavy-set soldier flings spittle and crumbs as she talks. The fate binder finally shows himself. I'm Reg, the second soldier chimes in, and this is Baz. We're wondering when you might pay the camp a visit. The Fifth Eye has been a little starved for attention. He ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe and make sure you don't get out of line. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else at camps will give you an answer, or even a smile. Anything I can do for you? Can you tell me about the Fifth Eye? They say he shares a direct link with the voices of Nara. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad, brilliant. I was going to say eccentric. The Chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks, so you can expect to find some unusual types. Most are as likely to kill you as promote you. Okay, let's go interrogate.
How'd you take a look at that?
Have we here? We have some hot spear.
Piece of cake.
Potions. Bent bronze dagger. Most of these provisions are withered with rot. Death knell. That's not pretentious. She isn't being entirely honest. Told this thing that I wanted to guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk, otherwise they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Venturing Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim we would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus? Why the change of heart? I want to live, and I don't need the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. Kairos is the new strength in the tiers, and I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Why should I trust the words? I suppose I have no answer for that. When I joined with the Venturing Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for a foolish cause? One you later came to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere, and I'm willing to bow before the forces of Nerat to prove it. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pellux. Sorry, Pellux Florin and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know and I'll see about saving you? Well, you see, shaken by your demand, her lips moved wordlessly for several seconds. So I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you. Search that one. She reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpses. Tall, dark one missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. The snap of his fingers, a pair of firemen yank the boot off the fallen guardsman. A rolled up parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into Fistlai's hand. He unfurls the scroll to give it a read. It's nonsense, just mash of words. Oh, no problem. But I'll be finishing this up, and then I'll call it a night. This doesn't go to that.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
Voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Vera, an older gentleman with the quills, inks, files, and parchments and scrolls. One finds the sages of the School of Ink and Quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. Clothes appears charred between the rips of the fabric, and burn scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated and tied to his post, he offers a beaming smile. Who are you?
I'm Sage Lantry, one of the hired quills that was coordinating missives between the Vendrian Guard captains. They aren't paying me anymore and aren't coming to my rescue. So I'll decipher that parchment for you. That's what smart prisoners do, right? Make themselves useful. Let me see. I can't. Uh-huh. I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
Okay, I like Lantry.
I would love to help. I just need some time. That's written in another sage's shorthand. I'd have to sit down with it, or better yet, compare it to a piece of his writing I have stashed on me somewhere. If I sat down with it while sufficiently sober, it's highly probable I'd figure it out.
All sufficiently sober.
Sober? Since when do we share the good stuff with the prisoners?
Oh, nobody shared. Right before I was taken prisoner, I imbibed several vials of reagents. I wanted to be numb and disconnected when my captors used me for carnal catharsis. It's made these last few days tied to a post almost enjoyable. Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Yes. They probably won't like this, but he definitely won't like this.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I was going to wind up as another corpse in that pile. Now, hand me that parchment. The sooner I can find out what it says, the sooner I can get out of this place.
Meeting spot west of Trip Nettle. Offering to come with me? Why? Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Trip Nettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. I have a fourth. He's level 3. Oh, vitality. There's a well-aimed quill at his target. Ebb. Ebb has a lot of fear of me. First has no fear of me. It's made by my orderly, honorable ways. Bold by my barbaric words and actions, but elated 3 times by my noble way. Rude, blustering ways. Vinringard don't much like. His favorite get along pretty well with. Scarlet Course, not so much. Stand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate your loyalty and show in this declaration. Provided you survive the span, service will be duly recognized. Navigate the idiosyncrasies of mutual antipathy for our overlords and war masters, so that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern whisper that the more successful of the 2 Archons will be granted rule over the whole peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Wisely. Didn't know the thing. That's why. That makes sense now. Literally fights with a Okay, but we are going to call it there. Hope everybody had a good night. Oh, hey, Del. Hope you're having a good night. I have been enjoying this. I haven't decided if we're going to continue this tomorrow or if we're going to play something else, but we're going to call it there. Oh, yeah, almost 3. We will save that. And next time we do pick it up, whether it's tomorrow or next Saturday. Sunday, I guess. Well, no, I started on Saturday, so Saturday. Because I am enjoying it. It's a very interesting RPG. I have to give it that. But, so we're gonna call it there. And, I'm not gonna raid anybody tonight. I've got to get used to this setup. I keep forgetting that my second monitor is no longer on my gaming system, so I can't just mouse over to it to make changes. Doesn't work. Mouse back here. But I appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you for coming by. We will be back again, as I said. I'll be playing tomorrow, again, probably around 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern. I'll either be playing this or something else. I don't know yet. But I am enjoying this, so we may just continue. Whether I do anything through the week is going to be kind of hit or miss, depending on what my work schedule's like. So, but other than that, we'll be back next Saturday. I'm going to start planning on doing Saturdays and Sundays, 11 till about 3. So, but unfortunately, with my work schedule is just being kind of crazy. That's all I can promise. Tomorrow I've got a bunch of stuff to do in the afternoon. I gotta get my painting station set up. I gotta some other stuff done, and live around 11 o'clock doing whatever we end up doing. So thank you all for coming by. Hope everybody had a good time. We will continue later. Have a great one. I really need to stream it. One of those. Thanks, and have a good night, everybody.